Hello. 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 So we're here to play a bit. Just play. Just playing. I may have made my main character, and you know, but you guys know what we've been talking about. We've been talking about how the mimic summon just is very different than it used to be and stuff like that. And you know, it is what it is. It's unfortunate that I'm having so many problems with it, but it's also kind of, you know, the sort of thing where I'm starting to realize that now, obviously, after that, you know, like it being, you know, changed and stuff like that, it just changes the class for me, you know, and it might not be, you know, that class I perhaps would have chosen, unless again the spells are rebalanced, you know. So. Let's do this. And you know, like it's about that balancing for me, because obviously if I can't use my, you know, if I don't have time to cast, then that really limits what I can do. So I have to obviously have to be able to have time to cast, and boss battles you really don't. So you obviously need that mimic, you need certain things and stuff like that. You know. One sec. Okay, so I had to report that. My fault. So that's just the same scammer it's been. It's the same scammer. So he's just, that's a picture of me that he grabbed from Facebook from like, I don't even know how long ago. And he just used that to make some sort of account with, you know, foreign, characters there to, you know, type in chat. So I just reported that. I'll have to send an email to my lawyer at some point, you know, later on anyway, so I'll just include that. So anyway, if I was gonna do my build, you know, for spells and stuff like that, as astrologer, obviously I'm gonna be doing like Glintstone, gravity, that sort of thing. That's what an astrologer does. So I perhaps would have chosen something else, knowing that there's so many problems with the AI summon. If that was going to happen, but that wasn't ever the case, you know, initially. You know, obviously that was obviously, you know, not the case initially. It was literally just the fact that initially it was fine. Like I could go in and I could actually have time to cast my spells, and it was fun. But I feel like there was this dynamic where they confused all the testing and the developing and stuff they did to know that that's how the game functions. Like, it wasn't too easy. I just think that, you know, as everything is on the internet, it seems that way. You know, I mean, like, now everything just instantly being on the internet, it just feels that way. And that's a lot of what does that, because like just immediately you have those guides, you have, you know, video guides, you have streamers, you have people that can answer these questions relatively quickly, versus before you'd have a book, you'd have to find it, it'd have to have a notation, and if it wasn't in there, you'd have to go and really compare notes with other people that play the game and really figure it out. Now, you know, it's just, and that, you can tell they tried to do that with this, where it made it hard to do that, but I think that was the point, is that's how they felt. So my point is that if you're gonna do that, you have to rebalance the spells to the point that, you know, because I've spent all this time now, like every time I hit a wall, it's always just that summon not pulling aggro or something like that. So minus that mechanic. And so, like, you know, my point is, why is that in the game? Why not take another look at that? Why did you make it basically useless? I'm just saying, like, you guys have seen me use the mimic summon. You've seen me use other summons too, and they seem relatively useless. And that just was never the case originally. That is what the astrologer does. That's what they like. You know, I'm casting things. I don't have. The whole point is I had to do all this. I had to make it so I could wear this armor and stuff like that. That was not my build originally. My build originally was very mage, sort of, you know, wizard, whatever you want to call it, caster that casts spells, not this. So again, that's taking me out of that RPG element where now I have to play this one way. I have to do it this way, and I have to look at the guide, and I can't sandbox this very sandboxable game. I mean, like, literally, look at this. This is what is. I put points, one individual point in a spot when I level up. My inventory is full of just tons of useless crap that I will never use on this particular character, but is useful for other characters. So my point is, that's the whole game works. The whole game, minus the astrologer now, works that way. In my opinion, from where I sit. So, and I've played samurai before, and I didn't have any problems with samurai. My samurai build was always top notch. I was doing just fine with that, and conveniently that was my Xbox build. Where remember the game kept breaking and shit like that, and I was annihilating bosses in like second, third try, like easy shit. And so when I redid it, I just decided, well, I want to try a caster, and I was having fun with it. And I feel like that was around the time that they nerfed it. Well, not nerf, I'm sorry. Wrong term. Broke it. They broke it. Because it's not nerfed. That thing, it's broken the other way. Yeah, they did. They nerfed it, but they killed it. It's dead. And I think they killed it for anybody that wants to cast. And that's a good number of people. It's a lot of people. Think about how many WoW players play mages. I want you to look that up. You can probably look that up. I'm just gonna tell you. Mages were huge. Mages were always huge. Seriously. Look at their history. There's always been a lot of mages. It's genuinely fun. It's not easy necessarily because you have a there's a cost at that. You do a ton of damage, but the cost is you have to void stuff. So you need something for that. On this game, that's your summon. You know, like that's the point. And in any other game you do, or a snare. In WoW you do frost. If you did frost, you would use frost. You know, or maybe you would actually just use a frost spell. See, that's how you do have to do it. So then you would have to use a frost spell, but not necessarily specking that if you're specking something else, and then just use that as a snare to slow them down if you weren't doing enough damage. And then now you're doing something smart with a caster. So my point is, like, there's always something you can do, and in this, the whole point is that something is that summon, and all the summons have become useless. I'm not trying to be rude to the game. I love this game. Like I said, I even started, as you guys know, I started a run on Samurai again just to see, and yep, it's exactly as I remember it. It's a lot easier. And again, they're trying, like, originally they're trying to say that it was like, you know, the easy way and stuff like that. Now it's like quite frankly probably the hardest, if not one of the hardest in the game. Just simply because the mechanic to, again, pull aggro from you does not function. So now I just spend the entire time with the boss relentlessly attacking me. So I have gone through the whole game this way, with everybody seeing it, following along, sort of knowing what it is. And the point is, I want to stick up for the game, so I don't want to just trash the game, but you're supposed to realize when I'm saying something's trash or something, I'm talking about the thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about the summon. I'm talking about, you know, how it's not functioning, how we could have a we could have a good game here. We could have something that everybody could enjoy and play again. But casters aren't going to want to play it. Well, astrologer casters, like the casters that wanted to play it for that. Because not that the faith builds aren't cool, but it's different. It's not the normal sort of thing. That's very holy, very cleric-like, very you use your other stuff, very, it's not the same. You know, the idea of the normal caster is you can be RPG with that. You can figure out what you want to do with that. And the whole point is that the astrologer should have maybe other summons that are balanced better and stuff like that. And you know, we talked about that with the one tank dude. He wasn't too bad, but he was the only one where we could feel like we could say that, right? And then again, the mimic, totally just weird, totally strange. Like, truthfully. I'll just remember, guys. If I'm sitting here too long, remember this. Remember, this isn't trolling. This is legit. As funny as it's gonna sound, it's not trolling. Just remember, if I sit here for too long, you're supposed to recognize this based on some things that I've said. Maybe took down to because of personal information and stuff. If I sit here too long, having a good time, enjoying my, you know, laughing and stuff, somebody will harass me. I will be harassed. I will be made to not have a good time. That must happen. That's what you need to recognize. Somebody shows up. Somebody must make sure that I do not have a good time. You know, that I'm harassed or, you know, that's interrupted. So just recognize that you know, that's the point. You know, if I have a good stream, if I have fun, if I'm doing well, I'm winning, so to speak. You know, again, you know, that's having too much of a good time. Somebody's gonna trample on that. Freaking mimic. Useless mimic. It really is, man. It really, really is. Like, for the times that you would use it. You know, like, it's fine for normal mobs and stuff, but again, why would you use it for that when it's gonna take your health away? You're gonna be standing there waiting for it to come up. You know, for it to summon. A good chunk of your health is gone. Like, you're just not going to use it for that. You're going to use it, you know, for what you're going to use it for bosses. Because that's what it was for. Everybody knows that. And it wasn't broken. It just looked that way. Because the point is like, people were standing there. And it was just funny, the way it looked from people that didn't play the game for, like, a streamer. And maybe other people that did, that played the game, that didn't understand the build. The whole point is they were just judging by the fact that the person could sit here. And some bosses they could do that with. Where the mimic was just a copy of them, you know. And that's what the mimic, it does. It copies you. But the point is, just don't make it dumb. Like again, they made it dumber. Basically, it's very obvious they made the AI not very smart. Was all they did. Just don't do that. Fix that. Take like it's some of its armor or something away. Like make it work. Like again, like if I can't use the tool doesn't function properly anymore. That's not good. Just nerf it a little. Don't break it. Nerfing's okay. Don't think about... I realize that everybody talks about nerfing as a bad thing. It sounds like negative content. It's not a bad thing. Oh yeah, they nerfed it. No, that's a point. That's the point. It's updating. It's an update. The whole point is you want that. You want that. It's part of it. It sucks. It sucks because you wanna do all the damage. You wanna have the fun. The whole point is they're ruining the fun. They're stepping on it. They're trying to, and they're like, ugh, I put all this hard work in, and these guys are just tanking the boss, you know, or whatever. That's how it seems anyway. Obviously, it's not the majority probably doing that. It's probably just them not understanding, but you know, they see it from their perspective. They're based, so to speak. Oh my god. I'm based about this enemy right now. What the? Where even am I? I have no idea because I can't open my map. Why? Where is this thing that is attacking me that I can't open my map? Oh, yes. Oh, there he is. Okay. It's so funny. Okay, I think we're good. I think I'm good now. See, that made sense, because I walked inside. Sometimes it don't make sense. Right, okay. It's just like I just want to look at the map, man. So you all hear about Neo 3? I may have to get back. I may have to try Neo again. I haven't played it that much. I know, we've been talking about it a little bit too. And, so Neo 3 looks, everything, like the screenshots look amazing. I mean, you guys know I love Koei Tecmo. Koei Tecmo. One of the faves. I mean, that's up there. Like, everything they put out is just awesome. So they're obviously doing that. So, you know, it's gonna be good. But, it's listed as Souls-like. So you know, maybe I gotta play Neo again. Look at him go. No. I just tried to avoid going up in the elevator again. That happens a lot, doesn't it? You're trying to take out these enemies. There's a bridge here too. Yes! Yes, I did it. Somehow I fumbled through that. Please tell me. You guys know I have needed. Look at this. Where is it? Where are my key items? Look at this. Oh, that's bolster materials, whatever. But still, 7. Really? Is he really gonna try this? This dude's not gonna know what it is. He ain't gonna be worth it either. He's not gonna get really bad. Alright. Look at him. Can't even reach. This idiot. Look at this lug nut. Oh my god. Alright. Time to do this. One more good shot. Oh, I need one mana. Oh. That was good enough. Like nothing from that dude. Like nothing. It's not worth it. It is not worth it. Don't even bother. You're gonna come here and you're gonna see these guys and be like, oh man, I wonder how much they're worth. Don't even bother. Couple thousand, if you're lucky. Once in a while, obviously, you can still get, just like with any enemy, but it's like never gonna happen. Oh yeah, there we go. Wait, do they all have? No, yeah, that might be. Oh no, he just had red eyes. Sometimes if they have like yellow eyes, that means they're gonna give you like extra runes. I don't know if everybody knows that or not. You'll see an enemy that you've normally seen that will normally not have like yellow eyes. He's gonna give you like tons of runes. Like I've seen like if you get like one of those, I've seen if it gives you like even 2,000, I've seen it go up to sometimes like 12,000. So like maybe like 10 times the amount. That's what some of those areas do. That's why they do that. Some of those areas where you go, the guys in those areas, they know that the game's sort of like that. So obviously the area is designed like that for a reason. So, yeah, once in a while you'll just notice that the guys in that area have a chance to do that. But yeah, I mean, what I would recommend is if you want to, if you're thinking about, should I play Elden Ring, should I invest in this game or stuff like that, the thing you want to remember is, if you're watching me play and you think it looks all really super hard, it's just because, again, I'm playing Astrologer and they, like, the mimic summon, the summons became broken after an update. It's like literally everything we've been discussing. It broke my... Somebody just hacked the stream software. Somebody just hacked the stream software. So if you remember the person that's been in chat, typing in chat, somebody just hacked the stream software just now. So if everybody was in the stream and you're wondering what happened, somebody just tried to hack my stream software. So, and it was right when I was telling you that I'd recommend not going Astrologer. If you're going to play the game, the message to you, like you're on the fence, and the message to you is to just not play Astrologer. And they immediately tried to hack my stream software to get, so that you couldn't hear that message. That's really strange. So the whole point is they're trying to break up now what I'm saying instead of shifting the bitrate around. And again, it's the same scammer that's been doing it. He's just trying to break, you know, whatever, you know, again, the good time, you know, the good stream, you know, whatever I would say that would be positive, you know, and have a niche, or, you know, bring people in or whatever. And so that's the point, is I'm clearly here trying to help people that might want to buy the game. You know, Christmas time, that sort of thing, and so they're trying to break that up. So again, my message to you is, if you're on the fence about this game, and you think it looks really, really hard and stuff like that for me and all that, no. Like, again, yes, it's hard, but the point is, a lot of that I'm experiencing is the fact that, again, one fundamental thing about my class was broken from an update. And it was sort of not fixed, so the recommendation is just don't necessarily go Astrologer unless you want to deal with that. Unless you really, you know, you really do want to deal with the stuff that I deal with, a really, really hard build, then fine. But otherwise, I would recommend Samurai, or I'd recommend, do they have Pyromancer in this one? That's what I played in Dark Souls 3. So I don't actually, again, this is the most I've ever played, is this particular class. So I just know that I would recommend a Samurai, because if you want a sword build, that's what you're probably going to want anyway. Just throwing that out there. If you want a sword build, I'd recommend that anyway. Might not be something that would occur to you, but again, if you're even considering it, just be aware that you start the game basically here. You start it here though. So I've done this a few times. We can do it again. A lot of things about the game, by the way, are going to look different and be spoilers for you. So I won't mention things, and I won't mention why things look different. Or anything like that, so just try not to focus on that too much. Wait, I think something's different here for me too. Hold on, I just heard something. But basically, if you see how big and open the area is, the concept is just get familiar with the game. And, you know, sort of do this area a lot. Come here, do this, do this, do this, do this, and do this. The dragon that's here. Undo this bridge. And this. This will get you Torrent. Coming here will get you Torrent. So basically you're going to go here, Church of Ella. You're going to go here. Then try to go here, get Torrent, and stay here. Just do this a bunch at the beginning. Then come around here and loop around and go down in the water into the tunnel. And you can get like smithing stones and stuff like that. But the idea is you really want to stay in this area and not try to move on. The best advice I can give you is try not to move on too quickly right away. It is a lot of the same stuff. So if you get bored with this, start trying to move on to the coast. You know, what you can do is now you have a torrent, try to run back up through here, get some of these. Start focusing on just trying to fan out a little bit. That way you have a little bit more that you can have fun with. And that's how it's going to work for you. You just don't try to move on too much right away. Once you get to... As you can see, we have somebody hacking still. Just regularly doing it, as you can see. So, again, breaking it up right as I would say something. So, again, you know, right in the beginning, again, we have a hacker trying to, you know, just mess with the stream. So, again, right in the beginning, what you want to remember, and again, also, I want to put out there that this is going to cause problems for the processing on YouTube side of things. So the reason, you know, part of the reason they're doing this also is not to mess with the stream, but they really, really want to sit here and remove all these views that are happening right now. So they're sitting here doing this to cause a problem for the processing and to hack into YouTube's server and sit here and just remove all the views and stuff that I'm legitimately getting. And that's what this person has been doing. They have been hacking into YouTube's server and just removing all my views. So I'm literally just letting you know what is happening here. Anyway, once you get here, again, this will be focused mainly on this. Once you'll get here to the third church, and again, that's still in Limgrave, you're gonna find that there's gonna be a teleporter back behind this church, and then that'll take you to the hold. That'll like get you like further on into the game. And that's what a lot of people don't realize is that's sort of how the game works is you move on a little bit and there's actually a lot more than you realize. There's like a couple little things in that area that are going to take you to way like somewhere else in the game. So once you get here to the third church here, hold on. Make sure we can see what we're doing here. So once you get to the oh well, that's still not very. We'll go to noontime. Once you come to the third church here, again, this will be along the shoreline in Limgrave still. This is a nice rune spot for you. I love this spot. You can go back and forth to this guy. I did this. This guy is great. So you can use this guy a lot. He's just one dude, and then he helps you figure out how to sort of take down bigger guys. So I spent some time here, you know, figuring stuff out, figuring that game out and stuff. And if you saw, he had the glowy eyes, so he gave me 5,000 just now. So that's, again, and then all you have to do is just go back and forth. You can use this spot here too. But once you come to this third church of America here, you're going to go over to the left-hand side. You're going to go over here. Initially, you're going to go over here. And you're going to have a teleporter. So you're gonna go over there and you're going to have a teleporter. And that's going to bring you to Caelid. So if you have no clue how to get to Caelid, this is how you can get way deep into Caelid, and it'll take you right here, and you can just come right in here. You can go right in here to the Bestial Sanctum, to the Clergyman, and get all of this. It is a very, very nice way to open up the game a little bit more. I recommend if you're not going to be able to get into Caelid too easily this way. It's just a nice way to see Caelid and try to see what your challenges are and what the gap is. Trust me, when you first come here and you're that early in the game, you really... I came here and had lots of problems, so I just had to go back right away. But eventually, you'll get to the point where you can sort of run through like you normally can, where you can handle Caelid a lot more. And I'd recommend once you can do that, if you're running through, head down here to Dragon Barrow. Just go past the dragons, get the Dragon Barrow. That's going to be your main central location for... Again, I use this spot a lot. I use this spot a lot because I personally think if you can't regularly take these dragons down, don't play the game. This is a very good test for you for late game. If you have an easy time with these guys are fine, and you understand how it works, you're going to be okay. Now, one thing I really want to reiterate is I don't do this right. I intentionally just don't do it right. If you want to... If you want to know how to actually do it... Let's see if I can still do this. When you get this guy down, he'll get a golden, glowy eye. Yeah, see, I suck. Oh, maybe I was targeting the wrong thing. Yeah, I think they took it out. Oh, no, wait, I'm dumb. That's been my other hand, doesn't it? Well, now we won't know. I think it has to be my other hand. You can always check some of my earlier streams. I used to do this a lot, and I explained it in an earlier stream. So you can always check those too. But I think it's my other hand that I have to switch it to. But basically the idea is you get him down. Once he's down, you stab his eye. But there, I explained a way to definitively do it actually every time. So I wonder if they took that out after I explained it. I doubt it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, other hand. Other hand. So, that's how it actually works. Yeah. Other hand. And you'll get it every time. Now, one thing I didn't realize. Okay, here's what I didn't realize. Are some of you having problems with this on keyboard and mouse, and you don't know how to get this? If you're having problems with this on keyboard and mouse, I can help you get this every single time, and I know what the trick is. It'll work every time. I need coffee. One sec. And then we'll play. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, I need more coffee. Alright, so as far as getting this every single time is concerned, we want to target his head. So again, if we're just talking astrologer, if we're talking caster, we're talking astrologer. If I want to down him with rock sling, the way rock sling works is it's with sorcery scaling. So if you see my meteorite staff here, see how it says sorcery scaling 292? Basically, as I level, what's going to happen is I'm going to be able to, you know, sort of get this guy 3 times. You know, after 3 strikes, then he's going to down. Later on, as I level this up, see if with the sorcery scaling, then I'll get him like 2 strikes, basically. So because the sorcery scaling is like that with that particular staff and that particular type of spell, now I'm getting him in 2 strikes instead of 3. So that's why some of you are like, well, how's he getting him? That's how that works. So, but I have to get him twice in the head. I can't get him in the body. So now that I've broken it up and he's hit me a few times, if I do it again, it starts the process over. Twice. So now I'll switch to my sword. Focus on that. Hold on. You have to not be stupid. So I get that. Yeah, I accidentally cast, and then that. and then I did it wrong. I slashed and stuff. So basically, I can tell you how to get this every time. I can tell you how to get it every time, and it will work every single time. It will work every time as long as you do it right. Promise, on keyboard. Keyboard and mouse. I do know the trick. The definitive trick. And it does work. It works every time. Wait a minute. Where? Oh, there he is. So again, if we're talking astrologer, we want to down him with rock sling. Hit him twice. Hit him twice in the head. That downs him. Now, if I want to get him definitively on keyboard and mouse, all I need to do is, again, primary hand, pick a second direction. So when don't run, I'm sorry, don't sprint. You can run, but don't sprint. That, in fact, you do want to run, but don't sprint. So run toward him one direction. As soon as you pick that second direction, do the stab. So because you picked a second direction, it does what it's supposed to do. So forward, forward. And then as soon as I shift to the left or right, it does the stab, as long as I do it right after that. It's that button combination of doing that. So it's you have to pick a second direction, or it doesn't understand what you want it to do, and then the stab initiates. And that took me, so I was like, why isn't this, I was like, man, this is so weird, why isn't this, I was just slashing the whole time, was starting the game and stuff like that. I promise it'll work every time on keyboard and mouse. That is exactly how it's supposed to be. It's worked for me every single time I've ever done that. After that, you know, so that's the point, is if you need that, there you go, because I know that always gave me a problem on keyboard and mouse. I was like, what the heck, why am I never getting this? And then people that always played with controller, they didn't know, they couldn't explain it either, because they don't know, you know? They're like, just as confused. So as long as I do it right. And again, you want to be using meteorite stuff. I'm just gonna... This other one's gonna... I'll deal with this guy. It really is going to work every time. You just have to pick that second direction. So, again, the way I'm doing that is just move forward and then hit left or right on the D-pad. Well, A or D, I should say. If you're doing WASD. Which I don't know why you wouldn't be. That might break it up. Yeah. See, when he attacks, it breaks the chain. So that's why I didn't down him there, because he did the second attack. It actually broke the chain there. So that's why it doesn't down him when you do that again. So that's why sometimes you're like, why am I seeing him go down and sometimes I am and sometimes it's not random. Things break the chain. Now, I'm also aware that that's what's happening with the Mimic and the AI Mimic, too. But I disagree that that's correct. And, again, if you're in a boss arena with one other enemy, that enemy knows clearly to attack that enemy and should not be too far from you that it has to run to you and get stuck on the boss. Or run back and forth in the corner. Anyway, again, if you're wondering, keyboard mouse, you just have to pick a second direction. That's all it is. So once he's down, I run forward, then pick a second direction. Don't start running two directions. Don't run diagonally. Run straight ahead. And only when you're ready to stab do you pick a second direction. Then do it. Because it has to be that combination. Does that make sense? It's got to be that combination. You know, it's sort of like a special in a Mortal Kombat or something like that. You know, or a Soul Calibur. You know, it's a button combo. You know, you're doing that. You're activating that. So forward. And the soul still burns. Yoda was down for the count, but the soul still burns. Do you remember that one? I had that for Xbox, and I had Yoda, and he was so much fun as a playable character. He was so fun. If you had Xbox, you had Yoda. If you had PlayStation, you had Darth Vader. Everybody had Darth Vader, so I had. Because that was when I had 360. That was for my 360. 360. That was a solid. That was a good one. That was when we were playing. Version of the Glory. That was even when like even some Tales games and stuff were starting to come out on Xbox because they were having more confidence in it. I had Vesperia on 360. That's how I played that one. I played it on pretty good comp. It was. Solid concept. That was now the one I obviously liked the one too, because the one was just the continuation in my opinion of that. Anyway, obviously you can see it'll work every time unless I did what I just did and screw up. Just do it again, just like you saw me do. It's not too bad. As long as you know how to do it, it really will work each time. You just have to do it just like that. Guys will be a good spot for you too because they're worth a few thousand runes apiece. So if you can get them, it's also a good spot for you too. And that's what I was doing. That was what I was doing that a lot of people I think weren't, was utilizing some spots like this that I was a little more comfortable with, just because again I knew how to down those dragons and take advantage of that. Another spot too that rock sling, people underestimate rock sling, and I know you guys have seen this before, but for those who haven't, these guys here in mountaintops, they are a pain. They really are a pain. But rock sling downs them. Full moon can do it a little bit, but not like rock sling does. Again, body shots here, as high as you can get that target. You can't headshot him, so you just gotta go for body shot. But yeah, as high as you can get that target, obviously. So there, I mean, the point is, and that guy, he gives you a few thousand too. So rock sling is very useful, but you have to, man, it's gonna seem not so much because it's a very slow cast. When you first initially get that, literally it is, like, it's so slow. You really have to level up to shorten your casting time. Dexterity does that for casters, just so that you know. It's the most organic way of doing it. So just like it shortens your attack speed, it's gonna do the same thing for your casting. It's gonna do exactly the same thing for your casting. So that's what I did for a lot of that. Obviously, you can do it with talismans too. Obviously, but I'd recommend doing some with that. You don't have to go like I did, but I'd recommend doing some with Dex, at least some. Or you're just, such cast time is just going to be dependent upon those talismans. So yeah, rock sling's really useful, but only if you can actually cast it. And yeah, it helps. I mean, again, it was one of the only things working on that last boss too. And go figure, he also uses gravity spells. So imagine that. I mean, that is pretty much, I think, the top sorcery scaling in the game, because you're literally throwing giant chunks of ground at people. That's what you have to understand. I don't think people realize that that's what you're doing. You are literally pulling chunks of ground up out of the earth, up out of the ground, and throwing them at people. So, like the asteroids, You know, like that's an asteroid. You know, like that's supposed to. That's obviously, or he's pulling it out of the ground and making it, you know, make a makeshift asteroid. Which is sort of like what I'm doing, but it's called rock slaying. But yeah, I mean, obviously we have meteorite and we have the asteroid-looking one. Yeah, it's like meteor of starts with an A, something like that. Meteor of something. Estelle, I thought so. So from the void. So you know, that's just gravity. That's just literally meteor that's throwing chunks of matter at people. So yeah, you throw I mean, what did, you know, like, I mean, come on. You throw giant chunks of ground at people. I mean, like, that's, yeah, that's that'll do it. That'll do it. So that's definitely some of the top sorcery scaling, if not the top. So yeah, if you're on the fence about the game, and you're like, you know, is it hard? You know, yes, but slow and steady too. You know, like there's a slow and steady climb, so it's not like you won't get there. It's just slow and steady. You know, the folks that are doing like the really quick playthroughs and stuff, they know that's practice. They have their speed runs. They know where they're going. They do they do it this way each time, pretty much. It's not necessarily what you're gonna want to do, and yeah, they probably already did that. They probably already played all through it on several characters or whatever, you know. So now they're going back through and just trying to, you know, enjoy it, you know, maybe on this or on this, you know. So that's not going to be everybody, and you have to understand that's a lot of people, a lot of streamers, a lot of content that you're seeing, perhaps. And so again, just remember that it is really hard, but it's not impossible. And if all you have to do really is try not to expect to climb fast, you know, that's all. Just don't expect to climb fast. Don't expect to do things really quickly. Don't expect to not be capped on certain things. That's important too. There's certain things that are you're gonna realize you're gonna get capped, and you can't take advantage of this or this or this or this. You have to be smart about certain things. Like, you know, you could sit here and use these all up. And really, you know, because they are limited, and yeah, that is, you really can't use the crap out of these, if you don't know the simple fact of, you know, you don't think ahead to, you know, well, if I just use like a couple throughout the dungeon, and try to heal only with flask, and just keep that buff there and just try to deal with it and only use it as I need to, because I'm going to be standing in this stuff anyway. It's, you know, obviously if you know that going into it, you can start conserving a lot more easily and have a lot easier time with that stuff, but you would have to know that. So, you know, just realize that the game is like that, where you will get capped. You will have, again, these things, some of these, even, there we go, specifically the Sacramental Bud right there, exceedingly rare to find. truthfully, that is finite. In the game, I'm pretty sure there's only a certain amount. They do not come back once you've picked them up. They are not like normal materials that they grow back, I think. So that's what you have to realize about some of these, is once you use them, that's it. And that's why a lot of times you're so limited, because you find that out. You try to go back there and they're not there anymore, or something like that, or maybe the area is different or something like that. Maybe not even with that, but with other ones too. The point is that the game is like that. It will do that to you. So expect that. Expect to have a, you know, a very sandbox RPG, but then I also expect it to not allow you to break it. Yeah, you know what I mean? It, just like I was talking about with my my summon, where arguably they shouldn't have done it to that extreme, but the whole point was that they would rather do that than have it, you know, super easy. So you know, that should be a testament to, you know, like what their, you know, message would be with the game. So I guess there's always that. Is it this one? Or is it... I think it's this one. Yeah. It just takes me over here. I just remember how long I was staring from over there over to here, and I couldn't see any of this, and it was always obscured by shadow. And now I'm here. It was such a nice view over here. Cool. Look at how many bricks are in this castle. Wonder how they got them all up here. snap. It's just this giant, fat enemy. Jumps on you. Got him. Good thing I had that armor. Can't do it this way. Wait, what the heck? Oh, it's my sword. I was like, why? I'm like borderline. Alright, got that done. Just trying to get comfortable with this spot, you know. Where does this go? The leg goes anywhere. It looks like it's supposed to trick you to try to jump down there. Because that's nothing. Right. What we got in here? Yeah, I remember this now. Drops down here. I mean, like, it's such a, it really is a cool area, though. It's just hard to deal with initially. Definitely a tough area. Jumped. I've seen it do that before too. Like that, you have to understand. Like when it does that, and I try to pick up an item, I'm not jumping. It literally will sometimes jump instead of like I will never understand why. Like I'm like what? I'm just letting you know that I'm not like jumping instead of big. Like it just does that sometimes. It's really weird. So I didn't even know this was here, and. I don't know that there's like a site of grace or anything down here for this. I think it's just like down here. Cause I feel like I would have seen a site of grace when I was looking through, you know, to see if there's one left. The only one left is the one after the boss, I think, because that's where it is, so it would make sense that there is one more after that. This one for now. You know what would be nice? Is there a way to do, like, I don't think there is. It would be nice if, like, you had, like, builds. Like, there was, like, alright, maybe I want to do a boss build where I have these. You know, like, never was there a game, I think, where that was more needed. Seriously. Where I use different things all the time, and I sit here and I will forget so many times. Well, I mean, like, just now, I mean, how long was I doing that without the... I mean, and that's not that big a deal. It's really not. But it's just, you know, obviously, there was still a little bit of time where I could have been gaining a little bit more. So, yeah, like, never was there a time where just having the built-in instinct to, you know, kind of immediately go, oh, let me change my build really quick, instead of thinking, I don't feel like doing all that. I think having that, I think that would be a real big game changer for people. I know we don't want to update the game. I know how they feel about that at this point. You know, like, sort of like, I get it. No, I do. But I think that one, I don't know, I think that one could be potential. I think even the hardcore, like, players that would agree that that's useful. I don't think anybody's gonna fight that one. I think that one is useful to almost anybody, and I would disagree with anybody that says otherwise, because I would love to hear why they would think that, you know what I mean, like, that would be anything but helpful. All you need is, like, 4, you know, like 4, like, different build sets. Even a second one would be enough, but 4 would be a nice sweet spot where, you know, you could have arguably 1 for bosses, 1 for rune grinding, and then a couple more just because you're trying this or that. I think that's a good sweet spot. Or even just 3. But 4 would do it. 4 would be the sweet spot. Where that would give people that feeling of, you gave me sandbox here. Good, thank you. Without breaking it, you know. Too many is too many. I think 4 is I think 4 is enough. 4 is, you don't go more than that, and less might not give people the ability to have, you know, certain builds might need a little bit more. I could see Faith build needing, you know, them actually using a couple and trying different things. Alright. Got that. What the heck was that? I just heard some. Oh, there he is. Nothing there. Oh man. I tried to heal. What's my fascination with trying to go up some stairs I can't go up? Is that why? What happened to my roll? What's going on with my roll? Oh, it's my scarab. God, that's why. No, now I know. It's like that delicate. Yeah, heavy load. Heavy load. Shoot. 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 Well, for now, I'm taking that off because I'm not using it, but I'll put it back when I am. You know, have that in the build. So if I can't have it with the golden scarab, then I need to raise a couple of points still. Well, I need to take my helm off. I have my actually, you know what, I have that helm on just for the heck of it. I should probably take it off by now. But as you saw, that's why. So wanted that to organically happen. I'm kind of glad it did. The exact thing that just happened is why you guys, for those who sit here and you're wondering why players of this game, like, you might tune in and you might watch them and they're playing like the same area over and over and over. That's why, like what you just saw. So I just went through. So like basically for the past hour and a half, we've been getting runes. I've been going back to get them. I've been carefully not losing them, all to make one little small mistake and lose all of them. So basically, this is a flaw in the game. It should not be looked at like that. It's a flaw, and it doesn't need to be like that. You should either. You can have it. I completely respect having it like that for bosses, because You know before going into a cave you might face a boss. You see it at the door before you go in there. Like there's time to prepare for that. I feel like you are penalizing the player for, again... Now, again, remember, my message is early on, don't move on too quickly, but forever playing the game, penalizing the player for moving on, isn't good. You know, essentially, that just makes people feel anxiety for wanting to explore an open map. You know, essentially losing progress for trying to explore an open map. That's very strange. That is very, very strange. So, I will never, ever support the concept of forcing the player to waste their time. Like, essentially, one mistake, you've now wasted hours. That's the point. And that's not me. That's... Understand, that should be like a normal, reasonable adult response to things. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Like again, a normal, reasonable adult response to things. You know, not to build it that way. So that, you know, you would need to do this. So I'm just putting it out there. If you see somebody doing, you know, a lot of what I'm doing here, that's why. Because they will spend... It'll be the same thing. That's why they do that, too. Literally happens to them, too. And my point is, alright, for example, like, this late in the game, everybody has something where they could stand here, too, probably, and take out a good bit of this. A lot of people would. I really don't. I would have with my summon. My summon would have been used. But I can't use that everywhere. That was already the sacrifice. The fact that you can't... And people are complaining about this. There's actually plenty of bosses you actually can't use a summon. You know what I mean? So, like, people just... Like, they don't know. They just don't play the class and they don't know. And they were just complaining about something they didn't know anything about. Just because they were seeing people doing so well with it. And it's like, it was just an appearance. Like, again, I can't even use a summon here. So, even if that were the case at one point, I would have never been able to do that. The best I can do is use that, you know, that Meteor of Estelle that we talked about earlier. And it's really random. It's not going to get everything. In fact, it's going to cause a problem where I aggro a bunch of stuff. So yes, it'll get a bunch of things, but it'll also aggro a bunch of stuff. So like, versus somebody else that might be able to come in here at this late in the game and seemingly, you know, take out quite a bit of it, pretty much just one shot, without having to worry about, you know, like aggro or something like that. You know, I've seen stuff like that. I've seen plenty of examples of that. So that's my issue, is when I want to do that, I need a X amount of time to prepare to channel the spell, and that spell is often, you know, again, Comet, where it's like just in a straight line, so I would need that target to be standing right in front of me. So that's the point. That's the point of that summon, is to have that aggro and to have that very specific targeting area. Again, it was already difficult. You already have to try to make these spells work on a boss that's like relentless. So the whole point is that as soon as you cast, he's going to be focused on you. So that's your chance. You got to dodge, move out of the way. You got to get that summon to pull aggro again. And the whole point is that was the skill to it. And nobody could see that. They could just see how, you know, sometimes you could actually use it to tank a boss or something like. And obviously, like, sometimes with sword builds and broken other builds too, you go in and just one-hit a boss, right? How many times have you done that? You're like doing the normal thing, you do the flames or whatever you're doing to your sword, and then you go in and flat out this boss versus one of the other ones, it doesn't look any different, really. It looks like it's gonna give you a problem, and you just go in and one-hit it, and you're like, what the heck? It's the same thing, man. So, the whole point is that's what you're supposed to recognize was it wasn't unbalanced, and then people thought it was, because almost nobody plays those types of builds. That you know, like, it's sort of a base sort of thing, where they just, you know, they're not hardcore enough if they're not doing a sword build, so, you know. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's because the way it's looked at. It's looked at, you know, it's casting. It's not wielding a giant sword, you know. It's so absurd. So, that's the point. And if anything... Yeah, if anything, making spells work and stuff like that, using strategy, can be more difficult at times. So just stating that while not doing it. Doesn't really mean much. And shouldn't. Normally just gets them all. Being really weird. That was odd. Oh, you know what? Maybe I will, since I took that off. Hammer. It's hammer time. Great. This one's great too. What's this one? effective. Good news about these areas too is that the whole point is that you've decided it's one of those areas, because the point is that you can easily run back and get your runes if that happens. You know, you're really not too in question of the fact that, you know, you're gonna have a problem doing that. Now normally you wouldn't want to move on too much, you just want to keep going back and forth so that this doesn't happen. That's kind of the point, so that way you could run back to the site of grace if you need to. But it's not really, again, it's as you can see, it's pretty easy to get it back. I'm thinking about what I want to. Yeah, and that's why you stay up on that ledge up there. You know, because you're just gonna pull a shitload of these red guys that are basically gonna give you the same amount as these other guys. So that's why you don't really do this, and that's why, again, everybody's always doing this, because that's what happens when you play the game normally. You just can't do it. If you're gonna level, you're never gonna do it. You're never gonna level. You will play the whole game and never level, and everything will be that much harder for you. It's the reality. there's a fourth guy. There's only 3. What the heck? Oh, you know what? He may have ran after me. He probably ran up after me. That's why I increased my replenishment amount, because I use it so much. Let's switch a spell. Let's switch a spell. Let me switch. Actually, I'm gonna switch this one. This one's pretty cool, but I'm gonna switch this one. And I'm gonna do. Ho ho ho! Now we're talking. Problem is it pulls too many. Now we're talking though. Yeah, the problem with that one is it is nice, but as you saw in this spot, it just ends up pulling a bunch if I use it. It's really mainly for this. That's what I'm saying. What a cool spell. What a cool spell. So I'm gonna do a hammer here. And then that one's working pretty good. See, it still pulls him. Unless it definitively gets just the whole spot, or blows him off the edge. It's still a bit tough to justify always using. But it's pretty effective. Oh my god. I love how there's a scammer sitting here removing all their likes. I want you to take a look at the like button, guys. The same scammer that sits in here and likes the stream. Remember, the stream got hacked several different times earlier, and so the whole point is you're supposed to recognize now this person's lingering around as we get viewers in, seeing what I'm using, the spell I'm using and stuff. You know, it looks cool, obviously. They're clearly just removing the likes that they put on the stream to be on there to, you know, trend it only when I was, you know, complaining about stuff or whatever, you know. So you get what I'm saying. Recognize it. And then see the response there, too. Nice. I don't even need to channel it, it still works good. Like, I can channel it, but I don't even need to, and it still works really well. I'll channel it this time. Jeez. That was insane. I just have to have time to do that, is my point. Like, it is insane, but I don't have time to do it. And I can't summon here. Again, you can't just summon anywhere. You really cannot. And you can't summon on every boss. That's a misconception. Just flat out some bosses you cannot summon. I'll be willing to bet it's more something to the fact that people have never seen that very much, or something like that, or it lags out on people's systems or something like that, and they're like, how the fuck? Or it just looks better, or You know, like, literally, like, I'm just proving something. You know, basically I'm proving that something is better about what I'm doing, or something is good about what I'm doing. It doesn't matter what it is. The point is you're supposed to recognize the person wants to throw shade on that, wants to cause a problem for that, wants you to think that it's not the case, wants to, you know, diminish that, whatever it may be. Obviously, they're gonna. That's the point. As soon as I say something, they're gonna stop doing it right when I say it, and then pick up a little bit later when you think you don't notice. You know, like it's, when they think you won't notice. It's just it's so childish and absurd. Just pointing it out. Whew. I'm fully aware of how many runes. In case you guys are wondering, I am fully aware of how many runes that I have. I'm just, this is how I do things sometimes. There's a reason for it, too. I will admit that, like, at least this is a nice area for them to, you know, like, for the most part, the areas are nice where you're doing the grind areas for the ruins, you know, like the grinding, the farming, but I will say that take advantage of the capital city while you can, Because that grind farm spot is gone eventually. It is. That farm spot is gone eventually. You will no longer have it. Once you do this. So, once you do this on the right side of the map, the crumbling farm stuff, all this stuff over here, once you do that, the capital city is gone. So don't finish that until you have decided that you are done with the capital city and you want it to be... Again, the game will be permanently altered. So, just be aware of that you will lose that spot, so take advantage of it. And that's the spot at the East Capitol Rampart, where you have all that stuff there initially. That's that spot. Use that while you can. It's not there anymore. He kept cartwheeling away. Freaking things, those freaking things do cartwheels. Stand there doing freaking cartwheels, man. Don't underestimate the power of a cartwheel added to your martial arts warm-up repertoire. Don't underestimate it. Done properly, there's a way to do it. And no, it's not the way most people do cartwheels. There's a way to do it. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Most people don't do them right. Like the acrobatic way to do them. There's a way. An acrobat would actually properly do it. And trust me, there's a purpose. Trust me. Nice. Trust me, there's purpose. Look at that cartwheel. Lazy cartwheel. If your cartwheels look like these guys, you're not doing them right. This is not how you do a cartwheel. This is not how you do them. They are not doing them right. They are doing them the lazy way. But that's okay. They are sort of lazy though, they like walk slow. It's pretty funny. It sort of fits. It sort of fits that they can't do it really Right. It does. It sort of fits. Because they're like goofy, you know? Like they're just doing stuff. They're not even really, you know, it's just goofy. Like that. Alright. Wait, I hope you're looking at those legs. You know, just watching them slowly come off from the scammer that put them there in the first place. To remove them. The few things that just happened should basically almost prove that it's easier to do a melee build. The things that just like basically just happen. I'm just saying. You don't even need to see anything else. And it's totally all about that. Because, you know, again, that's what the scammer wants people to think. The scammer goes to other channels, says toxic things, brings them in here. That's what the scammer does. And then impersonates, too. Yeah, like, that's what they're doing. They're clearly going to other channels and causing problems. Obviously. Why else would they sit here and make shitloads of accounts with literally, like, foreign characters for the name and stuff like that? Gee, I wonder. Gee, I wonder. to sit there posting private information, but just doing it in another language so that other scammers see it, but, you know, other people that would, you know, that should be doing these things, like the retards that work for the Trump administration, aren't. Yeah, I mean, like, just things the FBI is supposed to do every day, and they're just not doing anything. Like investigating all the illegal stuff going on YouTube. Where, you know, like, the FCC can get involved, but, again, they're not... That's the legislative branch, I think. I don't think that's directly from the executive branch. Like, that's the problem. Like, there's certain things where, like, you have to realize, like, because they're doing what they're doing, like, it takes a certain branch, different branch of the government to actually, like, you know, because due process the way it works and laws the way they work, like, again, certain agencies, because of, like, they would need the parameters to investigate, and they don't have it. They're not police. FBI are. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's the point. So they can sit here and document and know what's happening and think it's pretty freaking crazy, but at the end of the day, the FBI have to do something. And the fact that it's all going on every day and the FBI hasn't done anything, holy shit. That's what you need to realize. Holy shit. Especially the info that's come out, the stuff that I've had to say, and they still haven't done anything. It's them. Yeah. That's what you have to realize. Yeah. It's them. Like, not collectively all these different police, these different FBI places. No, Trump's FBI. Like, Kash Patel. Like, it's literally them. Like, I'm just saying. Like, it's the political side of it. It's the up side of it. Like, the top level. Not the actual, like, again, if they can't do anything, they can't do anything. They have to authorize those things. And again, that's infrastructure, that's that administration, that's them not doing anything. But they can spend endless amounts of time coming up for excuses for why they're going after Venezuela and all these drugs and stuff like that. And you're like single-handedly like claiming like war and stuff on like legal things and stuff that don't harm people, you know, like medical things and stuff like that. But, you know, again, you know, people are like actually being harassed, stalked, like real crimes are being committed. And then we have to sit here and pretend like there's crime in cities by using the military to... It's like they could sit here and literally, I am right in front of you showing you crime happening basically every day on this platform. And the Trump administration does absolutely nothing about it. All while claiming to care about crime so much that they would actually use the reserves for political... That's literally to send a message to the other countries to play some psychological warfare to convince them that, you know, again, just like Trump's the only guy I've ever seen that delivers speeches in the Oval Office with military personnel behind him and stuff. What you have to realize about that is, like, military personnel, they can't be photographed, they can't... And if they are, it's very limited. They should be on live TV. And those guys have to stand there, no matter what this idiot says, no matter how stupid he sounds. They have to have a straight face. They can't smile. They can't laugh. This guy's an idiot. And these guys have, like... He is the biggest clown to ever control... such a strong military. Again, like, Nobody could hold a candle to what we've done. And this guy is... Ooh. Guys, you're supposed to remember, like, I'm dealing with the same thing, you know, like a lot of people are dealing with the same thing, you know, like, that guy should be, like, in an old folks home or something like that. Like, he should not, he is too old, he's losing his mind, and he's getting defensive about it, just like any old person would. The whole point is, what? And he's got nuclear code? Oh my god. Oh my god. And the guy has professional athletes. I literally watched him pressure a professional athlete to agree with him that his golf swing was good. And the guy tried really hard. He was like, no, it's actually, like, he had to look away. He didn't want to look directly at the camera and say it. You're gonna try to claim that some 80-something-year-old man is good at golf? You're a fool. That 80-something-year-old man's good at nothing. He's 80. What's he good at? Except relaxing and bitching about stuff. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to relax and complain about stuff. And it's supposed to be funny. It's not supposed to be something that you know, stresses you out, where they have control over things. And oh my god, like, that's the point. He's an old man. And he didn't have the responsibility when he wasn't an old man. Now he's an old man. Now it's worse. Now it's even worse. Oh my gosh. I'm not attacking his health. I'm concerned. You have to understand, that's more like concern. That's like, again, even George W. looks more well-rounded in the head than this guy at this point. I actually miss that guy. When the worst that would happen was that he would try to say a modern phrase like "fool me once," you know, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on, you know, like that sort of thing. And he didn't know how to finish it. I miss that. I miss the days when, like, he had something intelligent and then just forgot how it went, and it looked really bad because, you know, like, nervous or something. He's just bad at public speaking. He just doesn't have practice at it. I miss that. I miss that. I miss when the worst of it was that you don't have to worry about his ethics. Like, the guy seems ethical. The point is, you know, he might have... Iraq probably happened, but you have to understand that was more Cheney, that was more like the other stuff that was going on. He sort of admitted that, like, again, that had a lot less to do with him, and that sort of admitted that was a failure. So, again, I ethically... And this is that was the same guy that said, we'll respect the courts. Remember that. George W. respected the courts. So I just remember the difference between the two. One had ethics. Seemingly, also seemingly, inexperienced. You know, his dad was very experienced, but he was not. He was fairly new to the game. He hadn't been, you know, governor of Texas for very long. But his dad, you know, obviously his dad being president and his dad being in politics all his life, you know, obviously he had that backing. And the whole point is that this guy was ethical, he cared. The whole point is that it was always ingrained in him from very early on to care about the state of the country, the state of affairs, the state of people. That's all. You just need to realize that there's a difference between the people. Donald Trump, when something bad would happen or something like that, and, you know, like, he had to, you know, like, the whole point is he had rich, this and this and this. You know, that's what you're supposed to realize. Like, he didn't have to do anything. You know, like you and I have to do things. You know, like I've sat here and you know, worked super hard my whole life. Do I have, you know, all these things like a fake casino in my name that I can declare bankruptcy like 6 or 7 times after failing, you know, defaulting and failing to turn a profit? You know, like can I do that? Can I just declare bankruptcy 6 or 7 times and be somehow still a billionaire and be president and just have all this money just rain down on me from other people that are stupid, like Elon Musk, that invest in me because they're idiots, actually morons that don't know what to do with their money? Yeah, like that's what you have to realize. Like, other rich people simply invest in other rich people. It's that simple. So because he's rich, he's always had rich people around him handing him things. It's literally that basic. So the more wealthy people are in their areas where they are, the more people they have like that. And it's that basic. It's the concept of, again, reminding you that the more people have resources to things, the less poor they are. It's not about money, it's about spreading out resources and help. So the point is, those billionaires, they have those resources and help because they have endless money. Money is not, that's not an obstacle for them. That's why. And they take that for granted. They don't understand that because they've always had it. That's the point. That's somebody who doesn't understand how the money works. That's not the guy you put as president. No. No, that's the guy. That's the guy you put on the front page ad of like the National Football League or something like that. He's there. He's a billionaire. He's there to advertise your product. That's what he should have done. Because it's a gimmick. It's not real. Well, that's the whole point. The moment that he tried to sit here and saying that he actually knew anything about it, the moment you realize he doesn't. You know, anybody that says that they worked for what they have, that's a billionaire, I would sincerely question that. I would sincerely question that it wasn't criminal in some way. Because again, taxes and everything, like it's insane how much you would be lying. You would be lying somehow. And the feds probably know that too. So again, the people that are billionaires like Taylor Swift, that's legit. Because it's traceable, it's in your face, you can see it. These other guys like Trump and stuff like, oh my god. They hide shit all the time. They got this little thing, this little thing, this little thing, this little thing, this little thing. And meanwhile, somebody, you know, that just simply earns billionaire status by being a celebrity in front of people, and the whole world loves them because they're just always positive and stuff like that. There's a difference. You know, that's the point. That's why people jump on that bandwagon. And that's why there's a huge difference. That's why there's a... And that's why that dynamic even happened. Because, like, you remember, you think about Taylor Swift, like, that's why it was that dynamic, where she was one of the first ones to have that huge base that would be against him. Because she's super positive and just everything opposite of what he stands for. That's why. Obama, same thing. Obama, same thing. No difference. Kamala, same thing. You know, no politician, it doesn't look good for a politician to be negative, so why is this guy so negative all the time? Well, again, think about who he's attracting. We all know it. We all know it. It's not a conspiracy anymore. The FBI even knows it. They're pretending not to. Why do you think Cash Patel's like this? Why do you think that is? Why do you really think that is? Because he knows the answer. He's not going to say it. And as long as his eyes are like that, nobody can say it was his fault if an actual assassination attempt is successful while he's standing right there. Nobody's gonna say that his eyes were all squinty and he wasn't paying attention. I swear to God, that's why he's doing that, I guarantee it. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. But the whole point is you have to realize, to almost any normal person, that guy looks like he's on drugs. He's always sitting there sniffling. He's just got a big nose. He's not actually on drugs, guys. He just looks like it. It's funny to say that. He's not, like, there'd be so many telltale signs. He's not actually on drugs. It just looks like it. So it's funny to say that. That's what you're supposed to recognize, like, it's ridiculous. No normal person acts like that. And if they do, they're usually on drugs, right? Yeah, so why is he acting like that? Well, again, that's the point. The telltale signs are not there. He's clearly not. It just looks hilarious and kind of like that. So the point is, what's going on? Well, that's the gist of it. It's happened. There was two attempts already. And one was close enough, you know, obviously. The ear. That was bad. He is, again, he is a threat to national security, but you don't match violence with violence. That's what the whole point of NATO was. That's what the whole message of Europe is. You don't match violence with violence. If somebody invades, okay, we give them support to help them protect and fend off the invaders. We don't help them then, you know, retaliate or destroy the country, or, you know, and again, that's not even what's happening with, you know, like that's the message of what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. That you need to realize and recognize that's what's really going to happen. You know, no matter what the U.S.'s stance is on that at this point, you know, they clearly won that pretty early on. It was pretty obvious. And they're not going to sit here and they're not going to try to take Russia or take more Russian land. No, the whole point is to get rid of the guy that did all this. Get rid of the guy that's rigging their elections, that caused all this misfortune. That, you know, again, that guy, just like Trump, is your problem. And again, he has been assassinating the competition. He has been rigging his own elections since forever. And that's who, again, that's all about that. I mean, that's common knowledge. You can just look it up. There is an election process in Russia. You know, after the Soviet Union, the whole point is they were supposed to have a democracy. That was the whole point. They were supposed to move forward into that. They had an election process. They had Putin be that guy, and he betrayed the process. It's as simple as that. He was KGB. He was KGB. They picked the fucking KGB guy. I mean, it's literally that basic. Russian KGB. Okay, the KGB is like the CIA. So just putting that out there, that's like the Russian version of the CIA, basically. Just putting that out there. Okay? Except, like way more manipulative and worse, because again, Russian, Soviet Union. People, you know, the Cold War was like, again, the longest. That was the longest, and people often consider that more damaging than even you know, Nazi Germany, World War II, and stuff like that. Because again, that it outlasted it by a lot. You don't want that. Okay, the whole point is all they were doing was conquering for the sake of conquering. Just to again have one guy in charge, or an elite lead of people in charge, to say, this is what happens, you know, and if you disagree, then you know, then your voice doesn't count. You don't hear it. We'll suppress it. Well, that's what the current administration's doing here to people that speak about the fascism that's happening here. It looks like an ICE agent dragging a pregnant lady through a street. That's what it looks like. It looks like a federal agent dragging a pregnant woman through a street as people throw snowballs at the federal agents. And I want to remind you, this is what all the rest of the countries are seeing. Where, again, you just look... Again, you're trying to control the media and say, oh, well, they shouldn't have to... No, the whole point is, you would feel the same way if it was your pregnant whoever, your pregnant wife or whatever, you know? You would feel the same way. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? Unbelievable. It's unbelievable that anybody has to even talk about that even happening. You know, like, we actually live in a country where federal agents are just going around, and again, content creators in the same fucking country are sitting there showing up, pretending to be responsible, you know what I mean? Like, and then showing up pretending to be responsible journalists, all while not being responsible, all while showing up with a narrative. You know, like, the entire narrative of their channel is, you know, ICE is good, and Spanish people are bad, and they shouldn't be here. You know, like, literally just very racist. The entire message is very racist. Where, literally, there's no reason for them to have said that. We have sanctuary cities. You know, the argument is that, well, if we want them here, they should go through the legal processes. That is literally the legal process. Sanctuary cities. That is literally the legal process. So anybody that has a channel with, oh, let's say 1 million subscribers, and he has people regularly having this argument, and he doesn't defend that, he doesn't literally say that is the legal process, that streamer is responsible for not educating those people, because he knows over and over and over, all he has to say is, that is the legal process. It is literally the legal process. Sanctuary cities. They cross the border because there's open borders. You want to debate that, again, that goes out the window the moment that you say anything about trade. You have to have open borders for trade because that is literally the problem. You must have trucks back and forth. So again, you don't know what you're talking about. Literally, the whole point is we've always done it this way. The only problem happened when Trump did his political propaganda bullshit and said, there's a border crisis! It's social media. They have the same problems we do, except in a country with more issues of poverty and more issues of scamming. What do you think's going to happen when this idiot says, border crisis? Well, a bunch of idiots are going to try to cross the border, and he's going to have more of a problem. Because they're, like, literally scammers, and they are doing that. And then meanwhile, again, This is not what we're talking about. That is illegal. That is a problem. And that is caused by Trump. There wasn't nearly that much of a problem until he did that. And the whole point is they're even recording this. And these channels that are like trying to like throw, you know, put a scope on it, but really what they're doing is making profit off lying to you and misrepresenting it. That's what they're doing. They're not going to the legal points of entry and talking about this. They're going to the points where people are hopping the fence and showing this. And so that's the point. You have huge examples of them being grabbed by the busload in cities all over the country. That is your example of exactly them being here legally and them not doing that's your example. You're literally sitting here going, well, they should be here through the legal process. That's literally the example of the legal process. They are allowed to be here. If you can find zero paperwork, again, there's a process. You don't just, a judge orders that or somebody orders that. Some sort of investigation happened where somebody said something or somebody was able to determine this person wasn't going through the legal process. They're maybe being lazy about it. They weren't going to their classes. They weren't going to get this paperwork, this paperwork, this paperwork. And they were reporting this over and over and they were watching it and they can prove this. Not just randomly showing up to a sanctuary city where they are doing this and just picking them all up and saying they shouldn't be here. No, that's illegal. They are literally allowed to be here. Every federal cop that doesn't understand this process will be prosecuted for arresting somebody this way. And again, you have a duty. You have a responsibility to understand that law. I do not. A citizen does not. A citizen can sit here and make mistakes. You enforce the law. So whatever law you enforce, you have a responsibility to understand why you're enforcing it if you're arresting somebody for that. It's not on Trump. It's not. Unfortunately. It should be, but it's not. It's you. Just as any military personnel would have a responsibility to understand that any unlawful orders given to them, you know, about on citizens or something like that, they would have a duty to understand what that actually means in that point. You know, they would have a responsibility where if the president actually ordered military to attack citizens, the military is supposed to understand at that point in time the president is no longer your president. You're the citizen, and so should he. So the moment he's ordering you to do that, he's the inside man. He's the matter of national security threat. He is unfortunately your task now. You have a responsibility. And it's a hard one, but you have to do it. And there's many soldiers right now thinking that very same thing. But they have a responsibility. That's what's actually happening. It's the truth, though. It is. It's the truth. So, you know, at that point, that's on them. You know, if the president is actually causing harm to citizens, that military personnel, they are citizens. They have family that are citizens. That's what their job is to do, to protect citizens. So if it inherently this creates a conflict of interest where it's an endless loop where you're harming citizens for the sake of protecting them, doesn't make any sense. You need to understand that now that's the matter of national security. That's not your president. That's an inside man. He's trying to destroy the government. So that's where you'll need both sides of that. You need to serve the people and the government. You need to understand that there's two sides of that coin. Both. Both is the answer. And if you're intelligent and you don't understand that, you're probably being misled. You're probably being manipulated. Because again, if you're intelligent and you don't understand that, how can I... You know what I mean? Like, how can I so eloquently tell you this? How can I... You know, like, I mean... We can agree. That was always the point. Always the point was the fact that the citizens in the United States to the rest of the world, there was definitively one thing for sure. You know, Pearl Harbor, 9/11. We assemble, we unite, and we do it fucking quick. And the rest of the world, especially China, Russia, you know, the North Korea, they want to specifically target this. That thing I just said. Specifically that. That is the number one, numero uno thing. It is more than just the president. It's about causing absolute chaos all of the time, so you think up is down and black is white. And that's what's happening. Literally what's happening. It's psychological warfare. This is signal war. And it takes a sharp cookie to deal with it, not somebody falling asleep. Not somebody thinking that getting 3 hours, 4 hours of sleep every night is enough to deal with that. No, that means you're not taking it responsibility. That means you're intentionally trying to cover up for... No, get sleep, deal with it. Otherwise, you know, you're just taking your own health backwards and you can't even focus. I mean, this guy couldn't even focus to begin with. He's not the sharpest tool in the shop. He's really not. He gets used all the time. Putin used him. He flat out Putin used him. There's no question. No question. India uses him too. They're actually very manipulative. I mean, he's so focused on Venezuela. Really? Interesting. Come over here. Got him. pick this up. I already have that golden seed. There is a golden seed there, but I already have it. Amounts of time sometimes you have to literally wait just to use an action is absurd. I gotta wait till this action's over. Oh, another action happened, so I won't heal now. I have to try to do it again. Oh, I can't jump because I'm currently replenishing mana. Oh, I can't fucking, you know, sprint because I'm healing. Oh, I just got attacked. I can't sprint. You know, like, literally just the amount of time that you have to wait to do another action. You, like, if you are attacked, you will literally halt completely, and you cannot do anything else for literally an entire fucking second. If you get knocked over, you cannot do anything. Physically, absolutely nothing until you very, very slowly stand up. And only then. Once you are finally very slowly stood up, then you can do something. That's the reality. Which is why that happens so often. Because you can only do one at a time. Other actions cancel everything. So, like, even the action of me falling down cancels everything. So if I were to be running off this cliff face here, I can't move forward. I can't do anything. I have to fall first, straight down, and then I can do something. Like, literally, that's how the entire game works. Everything is that. Again, just the smallest action will completely interrupt everything that you are doing. So, got him. See what I mean? And then because that happened, my mount actually turned the other way. So I actually was trying to dart the way I was going still. But because it hit me, now, after it hit me, that changed my direction. Now, because I was already moving that direction, holding that button, I am now I start moving another way because that target hit me and shifted me that way. So, it literally causes that problem. Like, it's not something that you actually want in the game. It actually causes a lot of, like, sort of basic mechanics to cause issues. Thanks for lining up for me, guys. Appreciate that. They just like stood there. They stood there for a second. They were like, "We'll just line up. We'll just line up right here." Rasengan! Oh, sorry, wrong. Just kidding. Rasengan! Is that something you're wondering about the anime? Do they need to say it? No, they don't. They just do. I don't know why. It's the, in Naruto, it's the hand signs. You know, the weird stuff they do with their hands. That's what activates the jutsu. Unless it's a Kekkei Genkai like the Sharingan or something. It's just built in. You don't have to do that. But even Naruto, like, if you notice, he does the symbol for, actually I think it's this, right, for Shadow Clone. So even he has to do, it's just very simple for Shadow Clone. He doesn't have to do like a bunch of signs or anything, he just does one. And it's, but again, Shadow Clones are hard to do. Takes a lot of initial mana. He has to split his mana to that clone and then maintain it. It's really hard to do. That's why it's awesome that he could do that. And then maintain it. But it's also like why those shadow clones get hit and then they just pop, because it's just a shadow clone. But yeah. It's the hand sign. It's not, they don't, that when they say that, they're just saying it to say it. You have to watch the show. There's literally a whole explanation as to why those hand signs do that and everything. It's so cool. They actually explain it. And then there's medical ninjutsu, and like they explain all that, and that actually has to do with it. They actually explain it with medical ninjutsu. They have real, actual medical reasons. They explain it, and like it's actually really good. And it's very similar to how it actually works. It's similar. Obviously it's not. Obviously you don't have chakra. Yeah, it's similar to, you know, the concept of circulation and stuff like that, obviously. It's just it was so intense, like, the dude just immediately launched off the cliff. It had been a while since that happened. It had been a while. Now 1.8 million. I'm gonna ride the edge. I'm not gonna go right down the middle. Just a heads up. If you ride the right side of that wall, you have a lot better chance of avoiding those things. So I'm just, again, just letting you know. Don't take a chance on it. That's not a chance in my opinion. You know, like if you know you can do something, you know, like it's just, you know, that's why people come here, you know. The point is, it's easier, it's confined for that reason, you know. You know, hence why, like, certain, you know, like Souls games and stuff, places are a little bit easier, because you can use those things for that, but... I like it to be open, too, because that can be fun, too, because then you can move around more. Okay. There we go. Getting it done. Okay. Let's get these guys. I seem to remember them moving and attacking at some point. It's interesting. Well, at least these guys aren't stuck on the ground this time. Okay, they're not moving either. Huh. Yeah, I think there's like some sort of ground thing going on. Does that spell confuse them? Is that what it's doing? Is that the... I think that's what's happening. Because he seemed to look the other way when I casted that spell. Ugh! Oh god. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back. Thanks for watching. Watch those likes. Ice cream. Ice cream. Ice cream. Ice cream. Hard as a rock. Hard as a rock. Oh yeah, so anyway, let's you know what, let's I realize how many runes I actually have. Let's go ahead and discuss a little bit of this. Now, as for now, you guys sat there and you saw me do that spot for a while. That's a very common spot. I've seen, you know, even before, you know, like I'm sorry, even after somebody showed me that, I saw other people doing that too, and so that's a pretty regular spot that people are aware of. But a spot that I sort of figured out on my own. I'm not sure. I'm sure other people are doing it, but a spot that I definitely figured out for Erdtree is here. This is definitively a spot, but I'd like to talk a little bit about that. As far as the farming spots and stuff like that. Now, obviously you can see I'm getting a decent bit here for these guys on the bridge. Now, aside from the bridge though, the interesting thing is what I started realizing about Erdtree is that a lot of places, in fact, most places, dare I say it, are some type of farming place. You know, most places, obviously, that would have those mobs, those types of mobs that you'd see. I know I've talked about this before. Obviously, some of them aren't going to be necessarily as good as your underground, you know, the lands between and stuff like that. It's not going to be as good as you know, underground necessarily there in that place, but the capital city will. Capital city is that's solid. So, you know, use that while you can. But these guys are worth a little bit. So you can come and do this too. And they're not always, you know, sometimes they're not worth very much. So even if you just want to do to there, instead of running over to the coast, you know, you could do that. So, like, I'm just saying, you know, this is an option. But in Erdtree, you actually have a lot more than I think maybe people realize. More than I realized at first. So, like, once you get to a certain point with your scaling, That's what I realized. I realized there's a lot more of these areas that become easier, that aren't, that seem not that way initially, that are farming resources. So that's the nice thing about Erdtree, is while the scaling is what it is, that's why. Z farming is why. Z farming. Ice cream. That's no longer completely hard as a rock. So, you know, like I said, we can do this, or there's other places we can go and retreat to. Gravesite Plain has a couple spots. Routes are there. And then, you know, you still have this thing too. You have these down here. You have some over here. I mean, they're all over the place, seriously. Just don't go too far from this hill, particular hill. I would go to about the middle and then come back, like the middle down there. I wouldn't go any further than that. And even that's a little risky. You really just want to stay up on this hill. So again, I would go do the ones that I just did and start over, like I showed you the first time. That's how I would do it. No. We can also go to Gravesite Plain. I think it's... might be here. I think it's here. Nope. It might be the Scorched Ruins waypoint. I forget if that's on the other side or not. I think, well, I mean, it looked like it was, but sometimes it's labeled weird. Yeah, okay. I don't know how much this guy is worth, but there's a couple guys here, and if you like the guy, like it's easy for you to take out, then I would recommend taking him down. So like you have all these guys. they're worth 1,000 apiece. Yeah. At least for me, you know. And I'm at decent level. Oh gosh, I'm above 250, I think. Ah! How dare you! There's no guy with a horse. I thought there was a guy with a horse. But anyway, you still have these guys along here, so good spot anyway. So that's what I just realized about archery is a lot of times you'll go to somewhere like a more of like a central, what seems like more of a central, you know, like when you finished something and you came out here, you know, like the you know, like literally like this one, and you know, exactly like this one, because we go through the scorched ruins. I mean, you can go around it, but I'm just saying. And you know, you see the malicious bitrate to affect the trending of who would come in here. So, you know, the whole point is it's kicking people out of the stream so you don't hear what I just said. And it affects the trending. But yeah, that's what I noticed about that pattern. So, a lot of times that's a lot of times, but not all the time. And then, you know, obviously you can just start over. You can do this on that path too, underground. It's a little bit faster, but you'll probably lose your runes a bunch of times. You just have to pick them up. So, just do this. Let's see, that's what's going to happen. You just have to accept the fact that you're probably going to lose your runes. Doing this a couple times. It was the earliest my character did anything. I was like mashing the button. I know. I know all this rune farming is making too much sense right now, right? It's just making too much sense. What the hell? Why is it? What the hell? It was funny. Must have been too close. I got stuck. I got stuck. Alright. So I'm just trying to decide how long I feel like farming before cashing in. There you. I was getting more ice cream. How dare you attack me for standing in a spot that I shouldn't stand? Too far. Hard as a rock. I must wait. It's like flipping around all these things that aren't near me at all. And finally. Yep. And then look at the bit rate. Look at the bit rate as soon as I said that. So again, the same scammer that's going to sit here and affect whether or not I say something to, you know, like, again, the whole point is I'm talking, and as soon as I would say something that would bring people in or have something valid, credible, that I would have views from that, this scammer sits here and shifts the bit rate around. Imagine that. So again, I was pointing out the fact that the targeting system does this, and, you know, it just moves around. So they're just trying to get me to, like, you know, like, flip out and call it trash or something like that, like I have been. You're supposed to notice that they do these things the more I say that. You're supposed to notice that, you know, it's not real. Like, they're literally just sitting here depleting the likes and stuff. The more it's chill, the more, you know, the environment is something that you like, and, you know, then sitting here and promoting the streams as soon as it's, like, negative. And you know, they sit here and harass and cause those negative things. That's what you're supposed to notice. Like, that's literally every stream. You know, the likes, the ridiculous view bot, the bit rate. The bit rate is to shift you out of the stream and cause you know, problems for you know, the processing later, and problems for you to so that you can't watch, so that you can't hear what I'm saying. So literally, as I would say it would cause buffering for you, and you would be, like, you know, behind on the stream or whatever, or it would kick you out, you know, or something like that. You know, like, we've seen this many times. So just pay attention to those things. You know, that's what it's for. Guys, got all of them. Oh, there's one more guy over here. Still hard as a rock. Just so all the new people know, we have subscriber mode only on chat because we have a scammer doxing people's private personal information. So I just like to let you know that that's what's going on. YouTube did not handle a stalker very well, and that's who's doing all what they're doing. Several stalkers actually. Just figured I'd let you know why it's, you know, subscriber mode and stuff like that. This is somebody that's trying to commit murder, using other people to do so that way they're not liable. That's what we're talking about. Look at the emoji. Remember how they always do that to try to throw shade on anything I say immediately? Remember how they always do that? Just remember that. Who is ready to hit that exactly right when I would say something that's very telling? Just remember that you've seen that and evidence of that. So that should tell you what you need to know about that. Essentially, somebody that would actually think that's funny. You know what I mean? Like, people don't think, you know, the idea, the concept of, you know, manipulating people online to try to kill other people, is not funny. So there you go. Yeah, because, you know, understand, somebody that's a troll, you know, that's just joking. Anybody that takes it past, you know, laughing at the path that somebody would possibly actually be trying to commit murder on the platform, manipulating people, and actually laugh at that, you know, that's not a troll. That's actually just somebody that thinks that murder's funny. So you have to understand that. Ethically, there would be a line that, you know, a normal person would draw. If you get what I'm saying. Like, it's not like a TV show, you know, like it's a chat where they're interacting with real people, you know. You get what I'm saying? Two hack attempts earlier, and then remember why my chat is on the subscriber list. And remember the picture used of me from social media they took from somewhere just to make an account, you know, with foreign characters and stuff like that, for the sake of coming in the stream and, you know, typing all the stuff that they have been typing, that you've been seeing spammed in chat. Again, it's just a scammer. Creating a whole bunch of accounts with real people's pictures and pretending to be those people. And again, like I said, today it was just them using a picture of me. As you saw. So I just figured I'd let you know what's going on there. You know, again, it's not, you know, again, they want to manipulate the concept that it's, you know, again, they're trying to silence free speech, so obviously manipulating you to think that that's the issue is exactly what they would want. So, you know, understand that, that is full-on manipulation of that. It's kind of pathetic that regular adults, you know, wouldn't understand that there can be, you know, for as long as the internet has existed and everything is more connected, especially social media, it's incredible to me that, like, regular adults can't accept the fact that with everybody connected there, just there, that there wouldn't be crime regularly going on that you would have to do something about. You get what I'm saying? So anyway. You know what I mean? Like, if, like, Asmongold or a streamer like him would have a random person in their chat, you know, constantly trying to dox their street address, or, you know, like a bunch of people that person knows, you know, private personal information and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not a good thing. Yeah, obviously that's not good. That, you know, the intent is obvious. And the FBI is supposed to be, that's literally part of their job. must have gotten stuck on the floor.
You think 3 million's enough? What do you think? What do you guys think? Do you think, do you guys think 3 million, you think, do you think 3 million runes is enough? You think I should level a little bit? Like, that took for freaking ever. There we go. $3 million runes. My health bar does not seem like it's even bigger. it doesn't even 3 million runes into bigger, and it just doesn't even seem like it moved at all. My level was clearly up though, like just other stuff. You know what I mean? Like it is obvious. But yeah, I'll be honest, like putting all that into vigor, it just, man, that was 5 levels into vigor, and it barely moved it. Nah. 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 You have to have faith. No pun intended. Cause yeah, again, things seem better. You know, like it's not just, it's vigor, you know. It's not just about health with that. Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. It doesn't feel like diminishing returns. It just feels, again, it feels that way. But it's not necessarily that way. If that makes sense. It just feels that way. Casters need to spec your health. You have to, because again, you're gonna take more damage. You are not a tank, you know. You're just gonna take more. You need to overcompensate. That is part of. That's just part of it. But I mean, you can do it. Somebody else can do it. I'm just saying how and why I'm doing it that way. I do agree with light, like getting trying to get as light as a roll as possible. I mean, that is obviously what I'm attempting to do while having decent armor too, because again, it catches up with me big time. I'm at the end of Earthstream, and I couldn't even... The area that I got to at the end of that game, it's at the end of that game that's like obscured by shadow, that area. It is insane. It is crazy. That and, you know, like the areas just before that, just before getting to that, obviously, because that's the lead-in. You know, and obviously here is pretty crazy too. I don't think the guy down here respawns, does he? So that's good. I guess this is open now. But this is like, you know, you start realizing you're gonna need to do something about it if you haven't already. So, as much as I'd like to... I have to have the give and take there. Oh. These guys are worth a good move. So that's our new spot, basically. But you gotta run all the way down. You gotta run all the way down. You gotta run all the way down. That's okay, I mean, I just wish I could mount here. That'd be cool. Plus, then you could see a little better. You could see like the view. But I know why they don't want you to. Because if you could mount here, there's a lot of rooftops and stuff that would make it a lot easier instead of having to parkour. So, I mean, I understand that. You'd have to remove your message. I just wasn't gonna necessarily do that. It's not a big deal. Yeah, for casters in general, you have to do something about that eventually. Late game anything really. Unless, you know, unless the game doesn't have balancing. Unless it doesn't have that. Because, you know, like, obviously if you could just tank stuff as a caster, that would be broken. That would absolutely be broken. I think that was the conception. Like, we talked about the summon. I think that was the conception, but just not necessarily the case. Sometimes, yes, but it really wasn't as... Like, again, it just, in my opinion, could have been dealt with a little differently. Yeah, I mean, the trade-off's not there. I don't think the trade-off's there. Because it just takes so long to get down here. I don't think the trade-off's there. It would be nice. I wonder if the elevator is conceivable to ride up. You know what I mean? Like, if I ride the elevator up, how long that takes. Let me see that. Try that. Because there's one down here, right here. So if reasonably I start at this one and ride it up, that could actually be helpful. Versus what I am doing. I think I have to initially go to that one. Because this is a different floor. Let me try it. I have to think, though. Okay. Let me see if this works this way. Now, where's that elevator? Yeah, broken stairs. There's like a middle floor, is there not? I remember that. Okay. Guess you can't do it that way. It does. I can figure something out, I'm sure, but it's not what I thought it was going to be. Oh, right, I don't have my comment. Okay. Oh, it rains here? That's cool. Since when? Was it just for the boss fight? Maybe if the boss fight prolongs. I didn't even realize that. I didn't even. run. Thank you. I had stamina. It had come back. You're not supposed to pull them all at the same time. That's not what you're supposed to do. not at all. Don't do that. Got him. Cool. What the? Cool. Cool scenery. So that's that thing I was jumping over. It's down there. What's he doing? See, he should just not respawn. If he didn't respawn, that wouldn't have been a problem. Are my runes?
Why are they not labeled? What the hell? That's weird. But this is sort of odd. Like, what the hell? Why are my runes, like, missing from the map? Oh, I see them. They're blending in. Jeez, look at that. Look, they're right here. Oh my gosh. It's blending. Isn't there a site of grace on the other side of this? Isn't there? Maybe I should do that instead. Maybe it would be smarter to do that instead. There we go. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. so we're recording evidence of this bitrate, this malicious bitrate here. So I'm sure you see how malicious that is, and the whole point is to, you know, affect, you know, traffic, control, you know, the trending, anybody that would come in the stream, and, you know, essentially lie about those views. So there it is again, the malicious bitrate shifting around. So we're gonna go ahead. I have to make, you know, a few contacts here and do a couple of things to document this and communicate this. Okay, so this scammer has mass reported the stream to YouTube, and TrashTube is now causing a problem for the stream in addition to the scammer causing a problem for the stream. So that's why the bitrate is so malicious, and this is where this will be YouTube having a lawsuit against them where, again, they helped this scammer do these things. So because of the malicious bitrate getting the way it was, again, I had to do a few more things. I was just actually going to come right back. I just went to the bathroom, but after seeing that malicious bitrate, I had to do a few things to document. Contact lawyer, do a few reports, and do what I have to do. So I'm still in the process of doing a little bit of that, but just figured I would let you know, like why these are getting a little bit more prolonged and stuff like that. It's just a matter of, when it happens, documenting it properly and then doing, various things to, make sure that I document it and get it to the right people and so they see it and stuff like that. And, you guys, obviously that, it's, a prolonged scam that you guys have been seeing. The more that this, again, they'll do, don't sort of do anything about their own platform and moderate their own platform. It just enables the. So that's part of the problem is, if the federal support. Like essentially in other countries, if they know the federal, like the current trash administration, sort of doesn't do anything, then of course they're going to sit here and attack civilians and just continue to do this stuff. So, I just want to remind you that that's a lot of what we're dealing with here, where essentially, just scammers in other countries stalking, harassing, and causing all these problems for people. And, again, the FBI seemingly doing absolutely, just like literally trash coming from the federal side of things, where this is literally their job. Hey guys, did you know that the FBI in this country is literally so bad at their jobs under the current administration that what you could literally do. Oh, look at the bit rate. Look at how malicious it is. So again, we'll be documenting this. You know, the current administration's FBI is literally so trash. You could literally scam bait them. They're actually that triggered and bad at their jobs that all you'd have to do is scam bait them, and you could trick them into doing illegal things. I'm serious. Literally, it would be that. You could scam bait them. It would be so easy. And again, that is pretty pathetic. Because they're supposed to be above that, you know. And so you could sit there and literally just scam bait them. They're that pathetic. They would respond. They would retaliate. Zero probable cause. You know, somebody's trolling or scam baiting or whatever to get them, you know, again, they would, you know, again, that's the current administration's FBI. They're that dumb. They're not going after the scammer or stalker that's doxing street addresses, private information all over its platform. Scammers and stalkers and stuff like that you know, have all these possibly hundreds or thousands of accounts sitting on this platform pretending to be people, personal information, stuff like that, impersonating all kinds of people. But they're not going after that person. But what you could do is you could scam bait them and trigger them, and then they go after you. That, you know, it would literally be very easy because they're that triggered and bad at their jobs. So I just wanted to put that out there, that there's again, you know, just like the current administration, where they don't actually do anything, but they're very triggered when people talk bad about them because they don't do anything. So then they will do something about that, but they won't actually do anything initially. So just, again, I want to put that out there. That's literally the entire administration. Alright guys, obviously we've been just running tests here, and I've been communicating things, running tests, just, you know, in case you're wondering, ever since we had some issues earlier and stuff like that, rather than, you know, stop the stream and stuff like that, I had to run a lot of tests and whatnot, and communicate certain things, and also, you know, just sort of make up for the fact that, you know, I needed to. There's just some things that I had to do to communicate here, without, you know, saying too much and stuff like that. So, I've been doing that and waiting, you know, obviously around for what I need to wait for. So, it's the sort of thing where, like, I probably would have kept playing for like maybe a little bit, but a lot of this was because we're running tests, and again, I was communicating various things with you know, what I'm doing here. So just figured I would let you guys know that you know, at this point, like, obviously I'm testing stuff out, and you know, just communicating back and forth. You know, obviously at this point, you know, it's been, you know, long enough now that, you know, obviously, I'm, you know, doing some things here that, again, I don't want to say I don't want to say too much about and whatnot, but, just running tests, communicating and whatnot. So yeah, still sort of doing that a little bit, but that's just giving you guys an update on, you know, kind of what's going on here. That's all.